Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The ancient mountains of Dur-Karaz wept stones as thunder cracked across the midnight sky. Atop the highest peak, where mortal men dared not tread, a lone figure stood, silhouetted against flashes of crimson lightning. His tattered grey robes whipped violently in the gale. Yet Gandalf the Grey remained unmoved, like a weathered sentinel against the storm's fury. Blood trickled from a wound in his side. A parting gift from Mordraith, the shadow drake he had barely managed to banish back to the void. The victory had come at a terrible cost. Gandalf could feel his magic fracturing within him, threatening to shatter like glass struck by a smith's hammer. Each heartbeat sent shards of agony through his ancient frame. "So it comes to this," he whispered, his words carried away by the howling wind. "And even the mightiest must sometimes be broken to be remade." From within his robes, he withdrew a shard of starlight, a remnant of Arundel's voyage across the night sky, gifted to him in an age long forgotten. In his other hand, he clutched a sliver of twilight, that mysterious moment when day and night exist in perfect harmony. These treasures he had carried for centuries, awaiting the day when necessity would demand their sacrifice. With trembling hands, Gandalf began the forbidden ritual. His deep voice rose above the storm, chanting words in a language older than the mountains themselves. The elements responded. Earth trembled, air swirled, fire erupted from the mountaintop, and rain transformed to shimmering droplets that hung suspended around him. "From my essence I divide thee," he intoned, his voice growing stronger as azure flame engulfed his form. "Uldu, through my sacrifice I forge thee." The mountain shuddered as Gandalf plunged both hands into his own chest. There was no blood, only brilliant light, white and gold intertwined with deepest midnight blue. From this impossible fusion, he drew forth twin swords, one gleaming like the first ray of dawn, the other absorbing light like the deepest dusk. Dawn Star, he named the first, its blade capturing and multiplying every stray beam of light. "Let dusk fall," he whispered to the second, its dark metal rippling like water under moonlight. As the storm abated, Gandalf fell to his knees, his immortal power greatly diminished. The twin swords hummed with a strange melody, two voices singing in perfect, haunting harmony. "Too powerful to wield together," he murmured, "too dangerous to destroy." For in these blades now resided much of his magic, his wisdom, and his very essence. And too precious to entrust to a single heart. The village of Elmbrook nestled in the valley below the whispering forest, far from the great cities and their endless wars. Here, beneath a canopy of ancient oaks, twins were born on the night of the midwinter festival. The old midwife gasped when she saw them, the boy with eyes of brilliant gold, the girl with irises of deepest blue. A blessing, some whispered, an omen, others warned. None noticed the grey-cloaked traveller who appeared at the celebration feast, nor how he studied the infants with ancient, sorrowful eyes. When plague swept through Elmbrook the following spring, leaving the twins orphaned, it surprised no one when the kindly old herbalist offered to raise the boy. None questioned when the wandering priestess from the mountains claimed the girl as her acolyte. And if anyone noticed how the children's eyes seemed to dim slightly as they were separated, they spoke not of it. The travelers departed in opposite directions, the herbalist westward toward the sunlit realms, the priestess eastward into the shadow vale. And thus began the great deception that would shape the fate of kingdoms. 20 summers passed. Alaric grew tall and strong in the Citadel of Dawn, headquarters of the Order of the Rising Sun. His golden eyes had earned him the name Sunheart among his fellow knights, though none knew the true reason for their unusual hue. He trained relentlessly, becoming the youngest warrior ever to bear the enchanted sword Dawnstar, a sacred relic entrusted to the Order by the legendary Gandalf himself. Across the continent, in the mist-shrouded Valley of Nightshade, Ilara moved like a shadow through the ancient Temple of Stars. The Nightwalkers had become her family, their creed of balance and vigilance, her guiding light. The mysterious blade Duskfall never left her side, its darkness a perfect complement to her midnight blue eyes. The Nightwalkers whispered that the sword had chosen her, though their ancient texts spoke of a grey wizard who had delivered it in ages past. Neither twin knew of the other's existence. Neither understood why their dreams were filled with unfamiliar landscapes and faces. Neither could explain the strange, haunting melody that sometimes awakened them in the darkest hours of night. A song with no words, yet laden with meaning they could almost grasp. Meanwhile, in the shadows between realms, ancient evils stirred. The banishment of Mordraith had weakened the veil between worlds. Dark forces gathered, sensing opportunity in the fragmented power of the one who had stood against them for millennia. Gandalf's weathered fingers traced the ancient runes carved into the observatory's stone wall. Starlight filtered through the domed ceiling, illuminating a face etched with the passage of countless years. Since forging the twin swords, his power had diminished greatly. He had walked among mortals, teaching, guiding, and watching from afar as the twin bearers grew into their roles. What had begun as necessity, separating his power to preserve it, had evolved into something unexpected. The Orders, once allies united in purpose, had grown distant, then distrustful, and finally hostile toward one another. Philosophical differences hardened into dogma. Misunderstandings calcified into hatred. And at the center of this widening rift lay his twin swords and their unwitting bearers. "The time approaches," Gandalf murmured to the stars. "The eclipse of worlds comes. What was divided must be united." He closed his eyes, sensing the encroaching darkness, the eternal twilight that threatened to swallow all light from the world. Mordraith was returning, gathering strength from the very discord Gandalf's desperate gambit had inadvertently created. "Forgive me," he whispered to the twins who could not hear him. "I have made you weapons in a war you did not choose." The Conclave of Realms convened at Glimmersong, the neutral city built upon the ruins of an ancient civilization. Representatives from every kingdom attended, drawn by rumors of a prophecy and threats of impending doom. The tension was palpable as delegations from the Order of the Rising Sun and the Nightwalkers took positions at opposite sides of the great circular chamber. Alaric stood tall in his gleaming armor, Dawnstar sheathed at his side. Its presence caused murmurs among the Nightwalkers, whose own champion, Ilara, kept Duskfall concealed beneath her flowing obsidian cloak. Neither twin looked directly at the other, yet each felt an inexplicable awareness of the other's presence, like recognizing a melody long forgotten. The chamber fell silent as an elderly figure in grey robes entered. Many present knew him only from ancient texts and legends, yet none questioned his identity as he took his place at the center of the conclave. "Would shadows gather at the edges of all realms?" Gandalf began, his voice stronger than his frail appearance suggested. The defeat I dealt to the shadow drake Mordreth centuries ago was incomplete. In my weakened state, I divided my power rather than lose it entirely. His gaze moved between Alaric and Ilara. That power now resides in two blades, carried by two who share blood but know it not. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the assembly as Gandalf continued, revealing the truth of the twins' birth, their separation, and the true nature of the swords they carried. The orders that should have remained allies became adversaries, feeding the very darkness I sought to contain, he said sorrowfully. Now Mordreth returns, strengthened by our discord, seeking to bring about the eternal twilight. Alaric's hand moved to Dawnstar's hilt. You deceived us all, he accused, golden eyes flashing, used us as vessels for your splintered power. You robbed us of our heritage, our family, Ilara added, her midnight gaze equally fierce. Made us pawns in your grand design. Gandalf bowed his head, accepting their anger. Yes, he acknowledged. In my fear and weakness, I chose a path that brought division where there should have been unity. But now I offer you choice where before I gave none. He raised his staff, and the great doors of the chamber swung open to reveal the darkening sky. The sun and moon had begun their convergence, the rare celestial event known as the Eclipse of Worlds. When day and night become one, the veil between worlds thins, Gandalf explained. Mordreth will attempt to cross over, bringing eternal darkness. Only the twin swords, forged from my essence and wielded in harmony, can seal the breach. He looked between the twins, but I will not command you. The choice must be yours, to remain divided in righteous anger, or to forge a new path together. A terrible roar shook the foundations of Glimmersong as the eclipse reached totality. Through the open doors, they witnessed the sky tear open like parchment, revealing the void beyond and the massive form of the shadow drake emerging from the rift. In that moment of crisis, Alaric and Ilara's eyes met truly for the first time. Recognition flashed between them, not just of their shared blood, but of something deeper, a connection that transcended their separation. Without words, they moved in perfect synchrony toward the breach, drawing their swords in unison. Dawnstar blazed with sunfire, duskfall absorbed the encroaching darkness. As they stood shoulder to shoulder, the swords began to sing, Dawnstar's clear, bright notes intertwining with duskfall's deep, resonant tones. The swords were never meant for war, Gandalf called out, his voice barely audible above the chaos, but for harmony. Together, they form the bridge between opposites, the balance that sustains all life. Understanding dawned in the twins' eyes. As Mordreth's massive form emerged fully from the rift, they raised their swords not in attack, but in symphony. The blades' song grew louder, their lights intermingling, gold and midnight blue forming a brilliant twilight aurora that surrounded the twins. In that perfect moment of harmony, Alaric and Ilara understood the truth that Gandalf had discovered too late. True power lay not in division or domination, but in the balance between opposing forces. Dawn needed dusk. Light required shadow, each incomplete without the other. The aurora expanded outward, encircling Mordreth in bands of twilight energy. The drake fought against the binding power, but with each note of the sword's song, the barriers between worlds began to heal. Return to the void, the twins commanded in unison, and the void shall be made beautiful. As the final notes of the song faded, so too did Mordreth. Banished not to darkness, but to a realm transformed by balance, neither light nor dark, but something new entirely. The eclipse passed, revealing a sky more vibrant than any had seen before. Where the twins stood, the swords had transformed, merging into a single blade that shimmered with the colors of both dawn and dusk. Gandalf approached slowly, his eyes wide with wonder. "The blade of twilight," he whispered. "The true form I never dared imagine." As Alaric and Ilara stood united, their separate paths now joined, the ancient wizard bowed deeply before them. "From my failure, you have forged wisdom," he said. "From division, you have created harmony. The song of the twin swords will echo through the ages, teaching what I learned too late, that true strength lies not in the power we wield alone, but in the bonds we forge together." And so began a new chapter in the realms, where once rival orders united under the banner of twilight, and where twins separated by destiny found their shared purpose in the eternal dance of light and shadow. Story 2. The crystal library hung like a frozen waterfall between two mountain peaks, its translucent spires refracting the dying light of dusk into 1,000 prismatic rays. Within its innermost sanctum, Gandalf the Grey stood before an ornate mirror, studying the new lines etching themselves across his ancient face. His reflection revealed what he had long denied. His immortal flame was finally beginning to dim. The weight of millennia pressed upon his shoulders as his gnarled fingers traced the silver runes embroidered on his sleeve. Each symbol represented a century of knowledge, of battles fought in shadow and light, of victories that had never truly felt complete. But time, that most relentless of adversaries, was finally catching up with even him. "So it comes to this," he whispered, his voice echoing among the crystalline shelves laden with the wisdom of ages. "Even the mightiest rivers eventually reach the sea." Gandalf turned from his reflection toward a pedestal where a single leather-bound tome rested, the last grimoire, his most dangerous creation. Within its weathered pages lay spells of such potency they could unravel the very fabric of reality, incantations he had never dared to speak aloud. He had hidden it here centuries ago, sealing it with 7 enchantments that only he could break. "The time has come to set things right," he murmured, reaching for the book. As his fingertips brushed the cover, the crystal walls around him suddenly darkened, as if a cloud had passed over the sun. But Gandalf knew better. This was no natural shadow. A tremor ran through the library, sending ripples across the transparent floors. From the levels below came the sounds of shattering crystal and guttural chanting. The unmistakable cadence of dark invocations rose like smoke through the spiraling chambers. "The Order of the Black Flame," Gandalf hissed, recognizing the forbidden syllables. "They have found me at last." With practiced swiftness belying his apparent age, he secured the grimoire within his robes and reached for his staff. Too late, the door to the sanctum burst open in a shower of crystalline shards. Hooded figures poured into the chamber, their faces obscured by masks of obsidian, hands wreathed in writhing shadows. "The book." "Greybeard," demanded their leader, a tall figure whose mask was adorned with crimson runes. "Surrender it, and perhaps we shall grant you the mercy of a swift end." Gandalf's eyes narrowed. "Tharazul, I should have known you would find your way back from the void." The leader tilted his head. "Death is but a doorway for those who know how to pick its lock." He extended a shadow-wrapped hand. "The grimoire, now." Instead of answering, Gandalf struck his staff against the crystal floor. Light exploded outward, momentarily blinding the cultists. In that instant of confusion, he spotted a young man cowering behind a fallen bookshelf, one of the library's apprentice archivists, judging by his robes. "Boy!" Gandalf called. "To me!" The young man's eyes widened with terror, but something in Gandalf's commanding tone compelled him forward. As the cultists recovered, Gandalf seized the apprentice's arm and hurled his staff at the great window overlooking the chasm between the mountains. The crystal shattered with a sound like 1,000 wind chimes. Cold air rushed into the chamber as Gandalf pulled the stunned apprentice toward the opening. "Do you trust me?" Gandalf asked. "No!" the young man stammered. Gandalf smiled grimly. "Wise lad. Hold tight anyway." And with that they leaped into the abyss, just as Tharazul's shadow tendrils lashed the space they had occupied moments before. As they plummeted, Gandalf whispered words that seemed to catch the very air. Their fall slowed, then transformed into a controlled glide that carried them away from the crystal library and toward the distant forests below. "My name is Meridian," the apprentice gasped, clinging desperately to Gandalf's robes, "and I believe I've just made a terrible career decision." "On the contrary," Gandalf replied, feeling the weight of the grimoire against his chest and the unmistakable sensation of his magic being slowly drained away. "Would I suspect your most important work is just beginning?" 3 days later, their desperate flight had brought them to the edge of the Whispering Plains. Gandalf's condition had deteriorated rapidly. Whatever spell Tharazul had cast in the library was siphoning his magic like poison drawn from a wound. "We must reach Nimrail," Gandalf told Meridian as they huddled around a small fire, carefully hidden beneath an outcropping of stone. "The suspended city may offer sanctuary, even from the Order." Meridian, who had proven himself a surprisingly capable companion despite his initial terror, nodded thoughtfully. "That's at least a week's journey on foot. And—" He hesitated, glancing at Gandalf's increasingly pallid complexion. "Forgive me, but you do not look well enough for such travel." Gandalf's laugh was like dry leaves rustling. "Your talent for understatement will serve you well in difficult times." He drew the grimoire from his robes, its leather binding seeming to absorb the firelight rather than reflect it. "I had hoped to avoid this, but necessity dictates otherwise." With trembling fingers, he opened the book to a page marked with a silver ribbon. The text seemed to shift and move on the parchment, as if the ink were alive. "What I am about to do is inadvisable," Gandalf admitted, "but our pursuers draw closer, and my strength wanes." He began to recite words in a language that made Meridian's ears ache and his vision blur. The fire between them flared emerald green, then deepened to a blue so dark it bordered on black. From within this unnatural flame emerged a figure, not of flesh, but of smoke and spark, vaguely equine in form. "A phantom steed," Meridian whispered in awe. "I've only read about such conjurations." "Indeed," Gandalf replied, his voice noticeably weaker, "and it will bear us to Nimrail with greater speed than any mortal mount." He closed the grimoire with a snap. "But all magic demands its price. This one has hastened my condition." The spectral horse pawed at the ground with hooves of blue flame, leaving trails of luminescent energy in the air. As Gandalf and Meridian mounted, the creature let out a silent cry that somehow echoed in their minds rather than their ears. Then they were moving, faster than thought, the landscape blurring around them as the phantom steed galloped across the plains, its fiery hooves barely touching the ground. The suspended city of Nimrail hung beneath a massive outcropping of rock, its buildings and bridges dangling like elaborate crystal pendants, connected by an intricate web of enchanted chains and walkways. It was said the city had once been built atop the cliff, but during the Great Cataclysm, the edge had sheared away. Rather than abandon their homes, the citizens had used powerful magic to arrest the city's fall, leaving it suspended in perpetual defiance of both gravity and doom. By the time Gandalf and Meridian reached the ascending chain, the primary route into the inverted metropolis, the wizard's condition had worsened considerably. The phantom steed had dissipated at dawn, leaving them to make the final approach on foot. Now, As they began the perilous climb down into the city, Gandalf's breath came in short, labored gasps. "I must reach the Silver Sanctum," he told Meridian. "An old acquaintance dwells there." They had descended halfway to the first level of the city when they were intercepted by a patrol of Nimrail's famous chainwalkers, guards who moved along the suspended pathways with uncanny grace. "State your business, travelers," demanded their leader, a woman whose face was obscured by a helm fashioned to resemble a bird of prey. Before Meridian could respond, a new voice cut through the air, melodic yet commanding. "They are expected." The guards parted to reveal a striking figure. A woman stood on the narrow chain bridge with perfect balance, her lithe form wrapped in armor of midnight blue. A blindfold of the same color covered her eyes, yet she moved with absolute certainty. Most striking were the intricate silver patterns that adorned her exposed skin, not tattoos, but something more like scars, forming complex geometric designs that seemed to shift subtly in the light. "Seraphina," Gandalf breathed, a mixture of relief and apprehension in his voice. The blindfolded woman tilted her head. "Gandalf the Grey." "You look terrible." Despite her inability to see in the conventional sense, her assessment was unnervingly accurate. "Circumstances have not been kind," he admitted. "They rarely are when you appear," she replied, a hint of bitterness in her tone. Nevertheless, she gestured for them to follow. "Come. Whatever trouble chases you will find Nimrail a difficult quarry to corner." As they made their way deeper into the suspended city, Meridian marveled at the impossible architecture. Buildings hung upside down from the underside of the cliff, while others dangled from massive chains, gently swaying in the breeze. Bridges of crystal, metal, and enchanted rope connected the structures in a dizzying three-dimensional maze. Seraphina led them to a dwelling suspended at the very center of the city, a spherical structure of silver and blue glass that rotated slowly, reorienting itself throughout the day to capture the optimal light. "The Silver Sanctum," she announced, opening a door that seemed to appear in the seamless surface at her touch. "Enter quickly. Eyes watch us, even here." Once inside, Gandalf collapsed onto a cushioned seat, his strength finally giving out. The grimoire tumbled from his robes, landing with a heavy thud on the polished floor. Seraphina's head snapped toward the sound, though her eyes remained covered. "So that's what this is about. Your final work. I should have known." Meridian looked between the blind warrior woman and the weakened wizard. "You know about the grimoire. I know that Gandalf has spent centuries attempting to undo a terrible mistake," Seraphina replied, kneeling to retrieve the book. Her fingers hovered over its surface without touching it. "A mistake that resulted in my ancestors' corruption and fall into darkness. A mistake that led to..." She gestured at her blindfolded face and the silver scars that adorned her skin. Gandalf nodded weakly. "Maltherius was my greatest student and my greatest failure." "He was a monster," Seraphina said flatly. "He became one," Gandalf corrected, "but he was not always so." With visible effort, he straightened. "Seraphina, I haven't much time. The Order of the Black Flame hunts for the grimoire. They believe it contains the key to releasing the primordial one from its prison beyond the stars." Seraphina's expression hardened. "Does it?" "No," Gandalf replied, "but it contains something far more dangerous, the means to rewrite destiny itself." He fixed his gaze on the blind woman, "including the destiny of your bloodline." A tense silence filled the rotating chamber. Finally, Seraphina spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "You once told me these scars were a curse placed upon my family." That they were the price of Maltherius's betrayal. Gandalf shook his head, though she couldn't see the gesture. A necessary deception, for which I ask forgiveness. The truth is far more complex. He reached for the grimoire, opening it with reverent care. These markings are not a curse, but a safeguard. When I defeated Maltherius, I could not bring myself to destroy him utterly. Instead, I divided his essence. Understanding dawned on Meridian's face. Half in the book, and half inscribed upon his descendants, Gandalf confirmed. The markings are not a punishment, but a partition, keeping separate the components of a spell so powerful it could unmake the world or heal it completely. Seraphina's hands trembled as they rose to touch the scars on her face. All my life, I believed I carried the mark of evil. You carry the mark of balance, Gandalf corrected gently. The light to counter the darkness I sealed within these pages. He closed the book and pressed it into her hands. And now, as my final act, I wish to make amends. To reunite what was divided, not in destruction, but in harmony. Outside the Silver Sanctum, alarm bells began to ring. Meridian rushed to the window. "Ships," he reported, black sails approaching from the east. "The Order," Gandalf sighed. "They have found us more quickly than I anticipated." He turned to Seraphina. "We have little time. The choice must be yours, to continue as you are, or to risk everything on the possibility of redemption." Seraphina stood motionless, the grimoire clutched against her chest. "You speak of redeeming Maltherius, a man who slaughtered thousands, who would have enslaved the world had you not stopped him. I speak of redeeming us all," Gandalf replied. "For in condemning him, I became capable of the very cruelty I abhorred in him. The cycle must end, Seraphina, with forgiveness, not vengeance." The blind warrior removed her blindfold, revealing eyes that glowed with inner light, not the eyes of a mortal woman, but windows into some greater power. "Show me," she commanded. Gandalf rose unsteadily to his feet and placed his hands atop the grimoire she held. "Together," he instructed, "the words must be spoken in unison." As the sounds of battle began to echo through the suspended city, wizard and warrior began to recite an incantation, unlike any Meridian had ever heard, neither dark nor light, but somehow both and neither simultaneously. The silver scars on Seraphina's skin began to glow with the same luminescence as her eyes, while the pages of the grimoire emitted tendrils of shadow that intertwined with the light emanating from her body. The door to the sanctum burst open. Tharazul stood framed in the entrance, shadow-wreathed hands raised to strike. "No!" the cult leader cried. "The power is mine to claim!" But he was too late. The spell reached its crescendo as light and shadow merged into a perfect twilight radiance. The grimoire dissolved into motes of golden dust that swirled around Seraphina, whose scars were fading with each passing second. A shockwave of pure magic erupted from the center of the chamber, knocking Tharazul and his followers back through the doorway. When the light cleared, Gandalf lay motionless on the floor, his staff broken beside him. Meridian rushed to the wizard's side. "Gandalf!" The old wizard's eyes fluttered open, their usual sharp gleam now soft and distant. "It is done," he whispered. "My final spell, cast." Seraphina knelt beside them, her face now unmarked, her eyes no longer glowing but a warm, human brown. Tears streaked her cheeks. "I can see," she marveled, "truly see, for the first time." Gandalf smiled weakly. "And what do you see, child of Maltherius?" She took his weathered hand in hers. "I see an old man who carried the weight of his mistakes far longer than anyone should have to." Her gaze shifted to the doorway, where Tharazul and his cultists were regrouping, and I see that his work is not yet complete. With newfound determination, she stood and faced the Order of the Black Flame. Power radiated from her, not the divided power of before, but something whole and balanced, neither light nor dark, but the perfect harmony between them. "Your quarry is beyond your reach," she told the cultists. "The grimoire is no more, and the primordial one shall remain bound." Tharazul snarled beneath his mask. "Then we shall take our vengeance instead." As the cultists charged forward, Seraphina raised her hands. From her fingertips erupted twin streams of energy, one brilliant as daylight, the other dark as the space between stars. Where they met, reality itself seemed to bend and fold. Meridian shielded his eyes from the display. When he looked again, Tharazul and his followers were gone, banished to some realm beyond. Seraphina returned to Gandalf's side, her power now subdued but still present in the quiet radiance of her skin. "Is this what you intended?" she asked the fading wizard. "To create something new from our divided past?" Gandalf's chuckle turned into a ragged cough. "I intended to right a wrong. What comes after is for you to decide." His ancient eyes met Meridian's. "Both of you!" As the wizard's breathing grew shallower, Meridian realized with sudden clarity that he was witnessing the passing of a legend, not in battle or glory, but in the quiet completion of a task centuries in the making. "Your grimoire," Meridian said softly. "Your last spell wasn't written in the book at all, was it?" Gandalf's lips curved in a final smile. "The greatest magics are never found in books, young archivist. They are written in the hearts of those brave enough to forgive." And with those words, Gandalf the Grey closed his eyes for the last time, his mortal form gradually dissolving into motes of silver light that spiraled upward through the glass dome of the sanctum, joining the stars that were just beginning to appear in the evening sky. Seraphina and Meridian stood in reverent silence, watching until the last spark faded from view. "What happens now?" Meridian finally asked. Seraphina gazed out at the suspended city, where the sounds of battle had given way to an uncertain calm. "Now," she said, her voice carrying the echo of newfound power and ancient wisdom, "we write the next chapter." Story 3. The ancient observatory of Astralthorn shuddered as thunder cracked across the midnight sky. Gandalf the Grey awoke with a gasp, his weathered hands clutching at phantom pain in his chest. Celestial maps and arcane instruments trembled around him as the tower swayed, not from the storm outside, but from something far more ominous. In the crystalline scrying pool before him, water rippled of its own accord, forming an image that chilled his blood. The northwestern tower of Arendir, one of 7 he had raised in an age long past, was crumbling. Stone by ancient stone, the massive structure collapsed in on itself, releasing a plume of darkness that was neither smoke nor shadow, but something more primeval. Even through the scrying pool, Gandalf felt its malevolence, a familiar wrongness that stirred something deep within his memories. Yet when he reached for these memories, he found only mist where certainty should dwell. The tower's purpose, the means of their creation, the nature of what they contained, all obscured, as if deliberately erased from his mind. Gandalf rose unsteadily, leaning heavily on his staff. Centuries of vigilance had exacted their toll. His once boundless power now flickered like a candle in a draughty hall. He approached the eastern window, where dawn's first tentative rays illuminated 6 distant silhouettes on the horizon, the remaining towers of Arendir, each standing sentinel over a different corner of the realm. As he watched, A faint tremor ran through the second tower from the left. "So it begins," he murmured, his voice like old parchment rustling. But what, precisely, is it? Fragments of memory surfaced, a terrible battle, a decision made in desperation, a weapon shattered and scattered across the lands. He remembered dividing something, separating darkness from light, but the details remained frustratingly beyond reach. What he did recall, with sudden crystalline clarity, was a name: Thorn Nightwalker, a bounty hunter whose reputation had reached even Gandalf's secluded observatory. A man who, rumors claimed, wore a curious amulet that glowed with otherworldly light in the presence of ancient magic. An amulet that matched the description of the first fragment of the celestial staff. A weapon Gandalf somehow knew he himself had broken. The port city of Ravenhold clung to the cliffs of the shattered coast like barnacles to a ship's hull. Its twisted streets and precarious buildings defied both gravity and common sense, built one atop another in a chaotic vertical sprawl. Here, in the perpetual twilight of the lowest level, the Broken Compass Tavern served as neutral ground for those whose professions kept them outside the law. Gandalf's entrance silenced the room. His grey robes and weathered staff were incongruous among the leather-clad cutthroats and silk-adorned spies. He scanned the dimly lit chamber until his gaze settled on a solitary figure in the corner, a man whose face remained shadowed despite the candle flickering on his table. "Thorn Nightwalker," Gandalf stated, approaching without invitation. The bounty hunter looked up, revealing features carved by violence and hardened by solitude. A jagged scar ran from his left temple to the corner of his mouth, pulling his expression into a permanent half-smile that never reached his eyes. Around his neck hung an amulet, a shard of crystal that seemed to drink in the candlelight rather than reflect it. "I don't know you, old man," Thorn replied, his hand drifting to the curved dagger at his belt. "No," Gandalf agreed, sinking into the chair opposite. "Yet I know you. Or rather, I know what you carry." The crystal at Thorn's throat pulsed once, as if recognizing Gandalf's voice. The bounty hunter's eyes narrowed. "Explain yourself, quickly." "That amulet is not what you believe it to be," Gandalf said, his voice dropping to ensure privacy in the crowded tavern. "It is a fragment of something far greater, the celestial staff, a weapon of immense power that was broken long ago." "By whom?" "By me," Gandalf admitted. A laugh escaped Thorn's lips, humorless and sharp. You claim to have shattered an artifact of legend. You look barely strong enough to break bread, old man." As if in answer, the amulet pulsed again, more insistently. A faint whisper emanated from it, words in no language Thorn recognized, but which made Gandalf's eyes widen with recognition. "The towers of Erendir are falling," the wizard continued, undeterred. "With each that crumbles, a seal is broken. Something stirs in the depths of the world, something I imprisoned ages ago. And this concerns me because that fragment you wear so casually is the key to preventing catastrophe. It is one of 7, scattered across the realms to prevent them from ever being reunited." Gandalf leaned forward, his voice gaining strength. "I need your help to gather them before it's too late." Thorn studied the wizard, searching for deception and finding only a bone-deep weariness and urgency. Before he could respond, the tavern door burst open. Silhouetted against the grey light outside stood a slender figure, bow drawn and aimed directly at Thorn's heart. "Don't move, Nightwalker!" commanded a melodic voice with an elven lilt. "That bounty on your head will buy me passage to the Eastern Kingdoms." Gandalf sighed. "Ill timing, my dear." The elven woman's eyes flickered to Gandalf, momentarily confused. In that instant, Thorn flipped the table upward. Gandalf, with surprising agility, rose and planted his staff firmly on the floor. A concussive wave of force radiated outward, freezing everyone in place, except the three of them. Kalia, Swift Shadow, Gandalf addressed the elf. Lower your bow. I require both of you alive. You know my name, Kalia demanded, her arrow still trained on Thorn despite the chaos suspended around them. I know many things, though fewer than I once did, Gandalf gestured to the exit. Come, we have much to discuss, and little time to waste. The second tower of Erendir collapsed 3 days later, as their ship cut through the mists of the Veiled Sea. Gandalf felt it like a physical blow, doubling over at the ship's rail as another fragment of memory returned, a battlefield strewn with the bodies of both enemies and allies, and a growing horror at what his own powers had wrought. Another tower has fallen, he gasped as Thorn and Kalia rushed to his side. The elven thief glanced at the horizon, where storm clouds gathered in an unnatural formation. What happens when they all fall? Oblivion, Gandalf whispered, or something worse. Thorn's amulet glowed with increasing intensity, illuminating the concerned faces of his companions in its eerie light. Your staff, he said slowly. You claim you broke it yourself. Why would you destroy your own weapon? Gandalf's ancient eyes clouded with the pain of returning memory. Because it was corrupting me. Or rather, I was corrupting it. Their ship docked at the island of Lysandir, where legends claimed the second fragment lay hidden in the labyrinth of whispers. As they ventured deeper into the maze-like caverns, the walls themselves seemed to speak, murmuring secrets and lies designed to lead travelers astray. Cover your ears, Kalia warned, her elven senses more susceptible to the cavern's enchantments. The whispers are strongest at the heart of the labyrinth. But for Gandalf, the whispers brought clarity rather than confusion. With each step deeper into the winding passages, more memories surfaced. A great war against the primordial darkness. A power that grew within him that was both magnificent and terrible. At the labyrinth's center, they found the second fragment embedded in a crystalline altar. As Gandalf approached, the fragment and Thorn's amulet resonated together, filling the chamber with harmonious light. Careful, Thorn cautioned. There must be guardians. There are, Gandalf confirmed, his voice hollow. The servants of the abyss. My final creation, before I divided my power. As if summoned by his words, the shadows behind the altar coalesced into humanoid forms, faceless wraiths with tendrils of darkness flowing from their shoulders like tattered cloaks. What are they? Kalia whispered, knocking an arrow to her bowstring. Reflections, Gandalf replied, echoes of the darkness I cast out from myself. The battle was swift and terrible. Kalia's enchanted arrows pierced the wraiths' shadowy forms, causing them to wail in voices that resonated painfully within Gandalf's mind. Thorn fought with the precision of a man accustomed to hunting both mortal and immortal prey, his blades leaving trails of golden light where they cut through shadow. And Gandalf faced the largest of the wraiths with a growing sense of recognition. Its featureless face gradually formed into a twisted mirror of his own. I remember you, Gandalf whispered as they circled one another. My pride, my wrath, my hunger for dominion. The wraith lunged, its claws aiming for Gandalf's heart. The wizard parried with his staff, each impact sending cascades of memory flooding back, the corruption that had begun to twist his purpose, the realization that he was becoming what he had sworn to defeat. With a cry that contained centuries of regret, Gandalf thrust his staff forward. Light erupted from its tip, engulfing the wraith. As the creature dissolved, its essence flowed into the second fragment, causing the crystal to pulse with contained power. "What was that?" Thorn demanded as the chamber fell silent. Gandalf retrieved the second fragment with trembling hands. The beginning of understanding." He held both fragments together, watching as they tentatively reached for one another like magnets. "Long ago, in the aftermath of the Great War, I felt a darkness growing within me, a corruption born of wielding too much power against the primordial shadow." He separated the fragments, tucking them carefully into his robes. "Rather than succumb, I divided myself, the light and the dark. My power, the celestial staff, was broken into 7 pieces and scattered. My darkness was sealed within 7 towers." "You imprisoned yourself?" Kalia asked incredulously. "A part of myself," Gandalf corrected. "The part that craved domination, that whispered how the world would be better remade in my image." His voice grew heavy with the weight of memory. "I erased these memories afterward to ensure I would never seek to undo what was necessary. Yet here we are," Thorn observed, gathering the fragments. "Because something has changed," Gandalf replied. "The seals are breaking regardless of my actions. Better to control the release than allow it to happen chaotically." As they emerged from the labyrinth, the sky above had darkened further. In the distance, the third tower trembled, hairline fractures appearing in its ancient stones. "We must hurry," Gandalf urged. 5 more fragments, 5 more towers." "And then what?" Kalia asked. Gandalf's gaze turned inward, to the darkness he had cast out and the price he had paid for his pride. "Then I face myself, the self I feared to become, and either find redemption or ensure my darkness never threatens this world again." Tower by tower they journeyed. Fragment by fragment, the celestial staff was reassembled. With each piece recovered, more of Gandalf's lost memories returned, along with portions of his power, both luminous and shadowed. The elven forests of Elendarial yielded the third fragment, hidden within the heart of an ancient tree that spoke with the voices of 1,000 years. The volcanic forges of Dum-Karaz, kingdom of the mountain dwarves, protected the fourth, encased in adamantine that could only be broken by the tears of a starlight dragon. The fifth they found in the floating spires of Etheria, where gravity itself bent to the will of long-dead sorcerers. The sixth emerged from the depths of the abyssal trench, guarded by creatures of the deep that had never known sunlight. And with each tower that fell, the darkness that Gandalf had once cast out from himself grew stronger, more coherent, a shadow that took increasingly familiar form. When they reached the site of the final tower, the central spire of Erendir that stood at the continent's heart, only a crumbling foundation remained. The 7th fragment lay amid the rubble, pulsing with eager anticipation as they approached. "Oh, this is it," Thorn said, his voice unusually solemn. "The moment of truth." Kalia nocked an arrow, scanning the ruins for threats. "Where is the Guardian, the servant of the Abyss?" "There." Gandalf pointed to the center of the foundation, where shadows gathered into a whirlwind of darkness. "My final confrontation." From the maelstrom emerged a figure both familiar and alien, Gandalf's form, yet twisted by ambition and power. Eyes that burned with cold fire surveyed them from beneath a crown of shadow. "At last," the shadow Gandalf said, its voice a dark echo of the wizard's own. "The prodigal light returns to the darkness." Gandalf stepped forward, the 6 fragments of the celestial staff assembled into an incomplete scepter in his hand. "I come not to rejoin you, but to end this cycle." The shadow laughed. "You cannot destroy me without destroying yourself." I am not some external evil to be vanquished. I am you, your ambition, your righteous anger, your secret desire to remake a flawed world. I know, Gandalf replied simply. That is why I must not destroy you, but understand you. The shadow attacked with devastating force, hurling spears of darkness that Thorn and Kalia barely evaded. Gandalf met the assault with equal power, light and shadow clashing in spectacular arrays across the ruined foundation. As they battled, Gandalf began to recognize patterns in his dark self's attacks, not just magical techniques, but underlying motivations. The shadow fought not from hatred, but from a twisted desire for order, for control over chaos. Enough, Gandalf finally commanded, lowering his incomplete staff. And I see now what I could not before. The shadow paused, suspicious. What trick is this? No trick, a realization. Gandalf approached his dark counterpart. I divided myself because I feared what I might become, but in doing so, I prevented myself from ever growing beyond that fear. He held out the 6 fragments, arranged in a circle. You are not my enemy. You are my responsibility, the power I refuse to temper with wisdom. The shadow wavered, its form becoming less distinct. You would risk reunification after all this time. Not reunification, Gandalf corrected. Reconciliation. I cast you out because I could not control you. Now I must learn to understand you. He reached for the 7th fragment lying amid the rubble. As his fingers closed around it, the shadow lunged forward, not in attack, but in desperation. Their forms merged in a blinding confluence of light and dark. Thorn and Kalia shielded their eyes. When they could see again, Gandalf stood alone, the completed celestial staff glowing in his hand with a light that was neither harsh nor dim, but perfectly balanced between radiance and shadow. Gandalf, Kalia ventured cautiously. The wizard turned to them, his eyes containing new depths, knowledge of both light and darkness, power and restraint. Yes and no, he replied. I am whole again, for the first time in an age, not perfect, not purified, but complete. He gazed at the staff in his hand, where 7 fragments now flowed seamlessly together. I divided myself believing purity was the answer, that by casting out my darkness, I would preserve my light. But true wisdom lies not in division, but in balance. Around them, the land began to heal. Where the towers had stood, gardens now took root, blending wild beauty with subtle order. The skies cleared as the unnatural storms dispersed. What now? Thorn asked, the amulet that had once hung around his neck now embedded within the celestial staff. Gandalf smiled, an expression containing both joy and sorrow, both hope and caution. But now we build something new, not towers to contain darkness, but bridges to understand it. He raised the staff, its light illuminating the path before them. And I have much to learn about the shadows I have spent lifetimes fleeing, for they are, and have always been, a part of me. Story 4. The glass dome of the Grand Council chamber shattered in a cascade of crystalline rain as thunder rolled across the sky. Gandalf the Grey stood impassive before the semicircle of thrones, where representatives of the 3 kingdoms glared down at him with expressions ranging from disappointment to undisguised contempt. The empty central throne, carved from silverwood and inlaid with moonstone, seemed to accuse him with its vacancy. 3 days, intoned Lord Celebrant, the elven representative, his ageless face betraying rare emotion. 3 days since King Regent Thalion was laid to rest, and already the elven crown has vanished. A crown you helped forge, Gandalf? Added Lady Durnhild of the Mountain Folk, her beard adorned with rune-etched platinum beads that clinked softly as she leaned forward. A crown that has maintained peace between our peoples for 7 centuries. Gandalf's gnarled fingers tightened around his staff, the only outward sign of his inner turmoil. The Elven Crown, or the Crown of the Three Kingdoms, as it was properly known, was far more than a symbol of unity. Few knew its true purpose, a secret he had guarded since the Age of Awakening. "I am aware of the crown's importance," he replied, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation, "and I will recover it." Lord Harrenmere, representing the human kingdoms, rose from his throne. Unlike his colleagues, whose displeasure manifested in regal restraint, the Lord of Eastwatch made no attempt to hide his fury. "You speak as if this were a simple misplacement, wizard. The crown was under enchantments you designed, protected by wards you maintained." Spittle flew from his lips as he jabbed an accusing finger. "Either your powers have waned to the point of uselessness, or you are complicit in its theft." A murmur rippled through the gallery where lesser nobles and advisors watched the proceedings. Gandalf felt the weight of their judgment, their whispered speculations, how quickly they forgot the centuries he had spent in service to their kingdoms. "The crown will be found," he said again, meeting each council member's gaze in turn. But I must act quickly, and alone." "Alone?" Lady Durnhild's laugh was like stones tumbling down a mountainside. "After this failure, I think not. The White Council must be convened. This matter is beyond you now, Gandalf the Grey." Before he could respond, Lord Celebrant raised a slender hand. Silence fell immediately. The Elven Lord rarely exercised his authority so directly. "The White Council is scattered, attending to other threats across the realms," he said. "By the time they assemble, whoever took the crown could be beyond our reach." His ancient eyes fixed on Gandalf. "But neither can we trust this task solely to one who has already failed in his duty." From the shadows behind the elven throne stepped a figure clad in silver and blue, Lorindar, first sentinel of the Elven realms. His hand rested casually on the hilt of a blade that legend claimed could cut through shadow itself. "The Sentinel will accompany you," Lord Celebrant decreed. "He will be our eyes, our assurance." Gandalf knew a prison guard when he saw one, no matter how elegantly attired, but he merely nodded, recognizing the compromise for what it was, a thin thread of trust not yet severed. "As you wish." "We depart at dawn." They made their way east, toward the ancient forests, a realm so old it was said to have witnessed the birth of the world. Lorindar rode a few paces behind Gandalf, a silent, watchful presence. The Elven Sentinel had spoken barely a dozen words since their departure from the Conclave City 3 days prior. As twilight descended, they made camp at the forest's edge, where ancient oaks stood like sentinels against the encroaching darkness. While Lorindar tended to their mounts, Gandalf studied the tree line, sensing the weight of countless eyes upon them. "The forest knows we are here," the wizard murmured, more to himself than his companion. Lorindar approached soundlessly, his expression unreadable. "These woods are forbidden. Even to the elves. All the more reason to believe our quarry passed this way." Gandalf rose, brushing leaves from his grey robes. "Those with something to hide often seek places others fear to tread." "And what are you hiding, Grey Wizard?" Lorindar asked, his melodic voice containing an edge of steel. "Lord Celebrant may speak with measured words, but make no mistake, many believe you orchestrated the crown's disappearance." Gandalf met the elf's gaze steadily. "And what do you believe?" "I believe you are afraid," Lorindar replied. "Not of the council's judgment, but of something else, something connected to the crown. Before Gandalf could respond, a low growl emanated from the darkness between the trees. Both travelers turned, weapons at the ready, Lorindar's gleaming blade and Gandalf's staff aglow with blue light. From the shadows emerged a wolf of impossible size, its fur the color of twilight, its eyes burning with an intelligence no natural beast possessed. Upon its brow, a curious marking resembled a broken crown. "Lower your weapons," Gandalf commanded quietly. "He is not our enemy." The wolf padded forward, its massive paws making no sound upon the forest floor. It stopped before Gandalf, regarding him with eyes that held both accusation and recognition. "Fenris," Gandalf greeted the beast. "It has been too long, old friend." To Lorindar's evident shock, the wolf spoke, its voice a rumbling bass that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. "Not long enough, Stormcrow. You bring trouble to these woods once more." Gandalf's weathered face creased in a humorless smile. "Trouble seems to find me, regardless of my intentions." "The crown is missing," Fenris stated, settling onto his haunches. "The seal weakens, and they grow restless." A shadow passed over Gandalf's features. "Then you know why I've come. I know that some secrets should remain buried." The wolf's gaze shifted to Lorindar. "And that you keep dangerous company. Speak plainly, beast," Lorindar demanded, his blade still gleaming in the gathering darkness. "What secrets? What seal?" Gandalf sighed heavily, the weight of millennia momentarily visible in the slump of his shoulders. "The crown of the three kingdoms is more than a symbol of alliance. It is a key and a lock." "A lock for what?" Lorindar asked, though his tone suggested he already feared the answer. "For a prison," Fenris growled. "A prison built to contain those your kind have conveniently forgotten." "The Nephalim," Gandalf said softly. Lorindar paled, the name clearly not as forgotten as Fenris had suggested. "The half-celestials. They are but myths, tales to frighten elflings." "Myths often begin as truths too terrible to remember," Gandalf replied. "Under the Nephalim were real, beings of immense power, born of the union between the celestial guardians and mortal kind. They walked the realms in the First Age, wielding powers that rivaled the creators themselves. And they nearly destroyed everything," Fenris added, his hackles rising at the memory. "Their arrogance knew no bounds. They saw themselves as gods, the rightful inheritors of all realms." Gandalf nodded grimly. "It took the combined might of all free peoples to defeat them. Even then, they could not be destroyed, only imprisoned beyond the veil of reality." "And the crown?" Lorindar asked, his earlier suspicion giving way to dawning horror. "The final component of their prison," Gandalf confirmed. "One forged from materials from each kingdom, elven silverwood, dwarven mithril, and human heartstone. It maintains the spell that keeps the veil intact." Lorindar's blade lowered slowly. "Then whoever took the crown seeks to free the Nephalim," Fenris finished, rising to his feet. "We must move quickly." The thief heads for the heart of the forest, where the veil is thinnest. Dawn broke in fragments through the ancient canopy as they ventured deeper into the forest. The trees grew larger here, their trunks wider than village houses, their roots forming natural bridges across ravines that plunged into darkness. Fungi the size of wagon wheels glowed with bioluminescent light, illuminating pathways that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. Fenris led them unerringly through the maze, his massive form weaving between tree trunks with surprising grace. Lorindar followed, his elven agility allowing him to keep pace, while Gandalf brought up the rear, his staff occasionally thumping against the forest floor in a rhythm that seemed to communicate with the woods themselves. "We are not alone," Fenris announced as they entered a clearing where the trees stood in a perfect circle, their branches intertwining overhead to form a natural cathedral. From the shadows of the massive roots emerged figures that seemed cobbled together from forest debris, twigs and leaves forming limbs, knotholes serving as eyes, moss draped like beards across bark faces. Leshy, the ancient guardians of the deepest woods. "They come!" creaked the largest of the forest beings, its voice like branches swaying in a storm. "The crowned one brings others. They disturb the old places. They speak the forbidden names." Gandalf stepped forward, bowing his head respectfully to the Leshy. "We seek to prevent a great calamity, guardians of the wood. The crown must be recovered before the veil is torn." The Leshy's knothole eyes regarded him impassively. "You were young when you last walked these paths, Grey One, young and certain of your wisdom." Its moss beard quivered as it spoke. "Yet it was your spell that bound them. Your crown that kept the lock, your responsibility that has failed." Lorindar glanced sharply at Gandalf. "Your spell? The Council believes the crown was forged by the combined efforts of the three kingdoms." "A convenient narrative," Fenris said, sitting back on his haunches. "Easier to accept than the truth, that a single wizard possessed power enough to bind beings that armies could barely defeat." Gandalf's expression remained impassive, but his knuckles whitened around his staff. "I did what was necessary, and I will do so again." The Leshy rustled thoughtfully. "The crowned one goes to the stone circle, the one whose blood sings with yours." "Blood?" Lorindar's hand moved to his sword hilt. "What does it mean?" But Gandalf had already turned away, his pace quickening. "Come, we have little time." As they hurried through increasingly wild terrain, Lorindar caught up to the wizard, his suspicion fully rekindled. "You owe me an explanation, Gandalf. What did the Forest Guardian mean about blood?" Gandalf didn't slow his stride. "There are truths I have kept hidden for the good of all. Some secrets are too dangerous to share, even with the White Council. You speak of the Nephalim," Lorindar pressed. "But there is more, isn't there? Something personal." Before Gandalf could respond, Fenris growled a warning. They had reached the edge of another clearing, this one dominated by a circle of standing stones, each taller than 3 men. At the circle's center stood a hooded figure, the missing crown held aloft in hands that glowed with an unearthly light. "Too late," Fenris snarled. "The ritual begins." The figure began to chant in a language that made the air itself seem to recoil. The crown levitated from their grasp, spinning slowly as it rose toward an opening that had appeared in the very fabric of reality. A tear, showing a realm of impossible geometries and shifting colors. Gandalf strode forward, his staff blazing with white fire. "Enough." The hooded figure turned, and a feminine laugh echoed across the clearing. "Ah, the architect arrives. I wondered when you would find me." Slender hands pushed back the hood, revealing a face of ethereal beauty framed by hair the color of midnight. Despite her youth, her eyes held the weight of ancient knowledge. Around her neck hung an amulet that matched the crystal embedded in Gandalf's staff. "Lyra," Gandalf breathed, a complex mixture of emotions crossing his weathered features. "You know her?" Lorindar demanded, his blade drawn. "She is the bastard daughter of King Thalion," Fenris supplied, padding forward to flank Gandalf. "Or so the court believes." Lyra's smile was cold as midwinter. "Tell him, father. Tell your elven watchdog who I really am." Lorindar's eyes widened in shock. "Father, but that would mean that the great Gandalf the Grey has Nephalim blood in his veins," Lyra finished. "A secret he has kept for over 1,000 years, a secret he extended to me by abandoning me among mortals." The crown continued to spin above them. the tear in reality widening with each rotation. Voices now emanated from beyond the veil, ancient, powerful voices speaking words of triumph and vengeance. "I never abandoned you," Gandalf said, his voice steady despite the chaos unfolding around them. "I protected you from yourself, from the power that runs in our blood, the same power that corrupted the Nephalim." "Protected me?" Lyra laughed bitterly. "You denied me my birthright. Left me to grow up believing I was nothing but a king's shameful secret. I left you with Thalion because he was the only one I trusted with the truth," Gandalf countered, taking another step forward. "Because I knew that one day the call of our ancestors would find you as it found me." The ground beneath them trembled as the veil continued to tear. Through the widening gap, vast shapes moved with terrible purpose. "The Nephalim were not evil," Gandalf continued, his voice rising above the otherworldly chorus. "They were corrupted by power and pride, by the belief that their abilities made them superior to all others. I helped imprison them because I recognized that same corruption beginning in myself." For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Lyra's face. "The crown was not just to lock them away," Gandalf explained, "but to lock away the worst of myself as well, to ensure I would never become what they became." He extended his hand toward her. "You feel their power calling to you. You believe it is your destiny, but there is a difference between destiny and doom, Lyra. I chose to temper my power with wisdom. You can make that same choice." For a moment, the clearing hung in perfect stillness. Gandalf with his hand extended, Lyra with the gateway to power beyond imagining open above her. Lorindar and Fenris watched, understanding that the fate of the realms rested on the decision of a young woman who had just discovered her true heritage. "They promise me godhood," Lyra whispered, her voice suddenly childlike in its vulnerability. They promise you chains," Gandalf corrected gently. "Power without wisdom enslaves the wielder first." Tears gathered in Lyra's eyes as her gaze moved from Gandalf to the crown, still suspended between worlds. With a cry that contained both rage and relief, she reached up and grasped it, pulling it back from the threshold. The tear in reality began to close, the voices beyond rising to a terrible crescendo of fury before falling silent. Lyra stood trembling, the crown clutched to her chest, as Gandalf crossed the remaining distance between them. "I should have told you the truth long ago," he said softly, enfolding her in an embrace that bridged a millennium of separation. "Some secrets are too heavy to bear alone." As the first light of dawn filtered through the ancient trees, illuminating the stone circle where catastrophe had been narrowly averted, Lorindar sheathed his sword with a quiet sigh. "The council will demand explanations," he observed. Gandalf looked up from where he still held his daughter, a weary smile creasing his face. Then we shall give them truth, or as much of it as they can bear." Fenris huffed, a sound somewhere between amusement and resignation. "Truth is like light," the wolf observed. "Too much at once blinds rather than illuminates." The crown gleamed between them, its true purpose now known to a select few who would guard its secret, not through deception, but through understanding of the delicate balance between power and wisdom, between heritage and choice, between the mistakes of the past and the possibilities of the future. Story 5. Smoke hung like a funeral shroud over the ruins of Estelon, once the jewel of the Western realms. Where proud spires of alabaster and gold had reached toward the heavens, only blackened stumps remained, their jagged edges silhouetted against the blood-red sunset. The marble streets where merchants had hawked exotic wares from distant lands were now rivers of ash, stirred by a bitter wind that carried the lingering scent of dragonfire. Gandalf the Grey moved through this graveyard of stone like a ghost, his weathered boots leaving prints in the fine grey powder that had once been homes, shops, and living souls. His staff, normally aglow with inner light, remained dark as if in mourning. The dragon Morthil had come while Gandalf journeyed in the east, seeking ancient knowledge in the libraries of Car-Melech. By the time he felt the disturbance in the weave of magic that bound the world, Estelon was already falling, too late. He had arrived too late. The wizard paused beside a collapsed fountain where the carved figure of Elysia, patron goddess of the city, lay shattered beyond recognition. Water still bubbled weakly from the broken stonework, turning the surrounding ash to a grey paste. Gandalf knelt, dipping his fingers into the pool and bringing them to his lips in a gesture of remembrance. "I should have been here," he whispered to the ruined city. "I should have known." A faint sound, almost imperceptible amid the creaking of cooling stone, caught his attention. A whimper, quickly stifled. Gandalf's head snapped up, his senses suddenly alert. There, amid the ruins of what had once been the great temple, something moved. In 3 long strides, Gandalf reached the collapsed wall. His gnarled hands, stronger than their appearance suggested, shifted rubble aside to reveal a small alcove formed by fallen beams. Within this precarious shelter huddled a boy no older than 12, his face streaked with soot and tears, eyes wide with terror and exhaustion. "Be not afraid," Gandalf said softly, extending his hand. "And the dragon is gone." The boy stared at him, recognition slowly dawning. "The Grey Pilgrim," he whispered, using the name by which Gandalf was known in these lands. "You came." "Too late, it seems," Gandalf replied, helping the child from his hiding place. "What is your name, young one?" "Arundel, sir. Arundel Lightkeeper." The boy's voice broke. "My father was High Priest of the Temple. He..." They all... Words failed him then, his thin shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Gandalf placed a comforting hand on the boy's head, feeling the weight of failure press down upon his own shoulders like a mountain. "You are not alone in your grief, Arundel Lightkeeper," he said, his voice taking on the resonance that had rallied armies in ages past. "And I, too, have lost much this day." As twilight deepened into true night, Gandalf kindled a small fire amidst the ruins, its flames illuminating what remained of the temple's central chamber. The vaulted ceiling had partially collapsed, leaving the stars visible through a jagged hole. Arundel sat wrapped in Gandalf's cloak, slowly sipping water from the wizard's flask. "Why did it come?" the boy finally asked, his voice small against the vast silence of the dead city. "Why did Morthil destroy Estelon?" Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose. "You know the dragon's name?" Arundel nodded. "It spoke before the burning began. It said, 'Let Gandalf the Grey know that Morthil has not forgotten.' Then it laughed." The wizard's face grew still, a statue carved from ancient stone. "Morthil," he repeated, the name like ashes in his mouth, a name I had hoped never to hear again. "You know the dragon? I knew someone once, long ago." Gandalf's eyes reflected the dancing flames, seeing not the present, but shadows of the past. "But that is a tale for another time." He rose abruptly, moving to where the temple's altar had stood. Though toppled, the massive block of star marble remained largely intact. Gandalf knelt before it, placing both hands upon its cool surface. "Here, in this sacred place, I make my oath," he intoned, his voice deepening with each word. "By the ashes of Estelon, by the blood of the innocent, by my power and my name, I swear to bring an end to Morthil's terror." Thunder rumbled in the cloudless sky, as if the heavens themselves acknowledged his vow. Gandalf turned back to Arundel, his eyes now ablaze with purpose. "I must leave you for a time," he said. "There is a settlement of woodsmen 3 leagues south. They will shelter you until I return." "You're going after the dragon?" Arundel asked, awe and fear mingling in his voice. "Not yet," Gandalf replied grimly. "First, I must seek knowledge that has long been forbidden. And for that, I must find one who walks in shadow." The veiled veil lay hidden in the folds of the Mistwall Mountains, perpetually shrouded in silver mist that concealed its secrets from prying eyes. Few knew the hidden paths that led to this isolated valley. Fewer still dared to tread them. Tales spoke of travelers who entered the mists never to return, or worse, returning changed in subtle, troubling ways. Gandalf followed a nearly invisible trail along a stream that flowed through moss-covered boulders. Ancient trees lined the path, their gnarled roots forming natural steps where the terrain grew steep. Their bark was covered in strange symbols that seemed to shift when viewed from the corner of the eye. "I know you watch me," Gandalf called into the mist. "I come seeking Elindra of the Twilight Circle." Silence answered him, but the quality of it had changed, becoming attentive, wary. Gandalf continued forward, unperturbed. "I would not disturb your exile," he added, "were the need not dire." A figure materialized from the mist before him, a woman tall and slender, with hair like polished silver that fell to her waist. Her ageless face might have been beautiful were it not for the scar that ran from temple to chin, puckering the skin along her left cheek. She wore robes of midnight blue embroidered with constellations that subtly shifted position, mirroring the actual movements of the stars. "Gandalf the Grey," she said, her voice melodious despite its coldness. "And the last time we met, you stripped me of my position in the White Council and condemned me to this half-life of exile. What could possibly bring you to my door now?" Gandalf met her gaze steadily. "Morthil has returned." The color drained from Elindra's face. "Impossible. The binding spell has failed," Gandalf finished. "Estalon lies in ruins. Hundreds are dead." Elindra's hand moved unconsciously to her scarred cheek. "And you seek my help?" "After what you did, I seek the knowledge you possess," Gandalf corrected. "The lore of the primordials, the magic I once forbade." A humorless laugh escaped Elindra's lips. "Oh, how the mighty have fallen. The great Gandalf, defender of the natural order, now comes begging for forbidden arts." She gestured dismissively. "Go back to your council. Let them solve this problem of your making." "The council does not know," Gandalf admitted. "So, they believe Morthil to be a natural dragon, not what he truly is." Elindra studied him, her keen eyes seeing past his weathered exterior to the desperation beneath. "You haven't told them who Morthil was, what he was to you." "There was no need to burden them with that knowledge." "You mean there was no need to admit your failure?" Elindra stepped closer, her scar livid in the misty light. "And tell me, Gandalf, does it pain you to know your greatest student became your greatest mistake?" Gandalf's shoulders sagged under the weight of her words. "More than you can imagine." Something in his voice, a vulnerability she had never witnessed in all their centuries of acquaintance, gave Elindra pause. She turned away, gazing into the mist-shrouded valley below. "The magic you seek exacts a terrible price," she said finally. "The primordials do not give their secrets freely. To master their arts is to surrender a piece of one's humanity. I am prepared to pay whatever cost is necessary." Elindra turned back, genuine concern now visible beneath her disdain. "Are you? Even knowing that this path led to Morthil's corruption, that in seeking to save others, you may lose yourself. I have made my oath, Gandalf replied simply, upon the ashes of the innocent. I cannot turn back. After a long moment, Elindra nodded. Then come, we have much to prepare and little time. Morthil will not remain idle now that he has revealed himself. The journey through the Shadowlands tested even Gandalf's resolve. Here, where reality wore thin, nightmares took physical form, stalking unwary travelers through mist-shrouded forests and across barren plains where the ground itself might suddenly become quicksand. Elindra led the way, her knowledge of these treacherous lands proving invaluable. They found unlikely allies along the way. In the Whispering Woods, the Sylvan Elves, distrustful of all outsiders, provided shelter when they learned of Morthil's return. Their ancient songs spoke of an earlier age when dragons had ruled the skies, bringing terror and destruction. The memory of that time lived on in their collective consciousness, passing from generation to generation. The Shadow Drake brings death to all lands, their chieftain Thalandril told Gandalf as they sat beneath the living canopy of the great oak. We will send our finest archers to aid your cause. In the Iron Hills, they encountered a band of dwarven miners who had been exiled from their mountain halls for daring to question their king's judgment. Led by the indomitable Durgrim Stonehammer, these renegades pledged their axes to Gandalf's quest when they learned that the dragon threatened all the free peoples. "We've no love for elves," Durgrim growled, eyeing their sylvan companions with suspicion. "But we've even less for dragons. Count us among your company, wizard." As their unusual fellowship grew, so too did Gandalf's mastery of the primordial magics Elindra taught. These were not spells of creation or harmony, but arts of unmaking, of breaking the very laws that governed existence. Each incantation learned, each ritual mastered, exacted its toll. Gandalf's hair, once merely grey, turned white as bone. Lines etched themselves deeper into his face. His eyes, however, burned with an inner fire that had not been there before, a flame that sometimes shifted to hues no mortal flame should possess. "You change," Elindra observed one night as they camped on the borders of the Ashen Plains. "The magic reshapes you." "A small price," Gandalf replied, studying his hands, which now bore faint script-like markings along the fingers, remnants of a particularly powerful binding spell he had mastered. "If it means Morthil can be stopped," Elindra's expression grew troubled. "There is something I have not told you," she said. "Something about the binding spell that failed." Gandalf looked up sharply. "Speak." "The spell was not broken from without," she said carefully. "It was designed to be unbreakable by external force. It could only be undone from within, by the very essence it contained. Meaning that some part of Morthil, some essential part of who he was before the transformation, has reasserted itself." Elindra met his gaze steadily. "Your student is not entirely gone, Gandalf. Beneath the scales and fire, something of the man remains." Hope and dread warred in Gandalf's heart. "Then there may be a way to reach him, to undo what was done." "Perhaps," Elindra agreed, "but it would require something beyond even primordial magic. It would require love," Gandalf finished softly. "The one force the primordials could never master or understand." "And sacrifice," Elindra added, her hand unconsciously moving to her scarred cheek once more. "The willing surrender of power, freely given." Gandalf fell silent, contemplating the path that lay before him. The primordial magics he had learned would be sufficient to battle Morthil, perhaps even to destroy him. But destruction had never been Gandalf's purpose. Even in his darkest moments, he had sought to protect, to heal, to redeem. "We make for the obsidian spire," he announced, rising to his feet. Morthil will have made his lair there among the volcanic peaks. It is time to end this. And if redemption proves impossible, Durgrim asked, voicing the question that hung unspoken in the air. If the dragon cannot be saved? Gandalf's expression hardened, the otherworldly fire in his eyes momentarily flaring. Then I shall do what must be done, whatever the cost. The obsidian spire loomed against the smoke-filled sky, a natural tower of black glass rising from the heart of the volcanic caldera. Rivers of molten rock surrounded its base, casting a hellish glow over the blasted landscape. Here, amid fire and desolation, Morthil had made his domain. Gandalf stood at the edge of a precipice, gazing across the sea of lava to the spire beyond. Behind him, his unlikely fellowship prepared for battle. Sylvan archers checking their bowstrings, dwarven warriors sharpening axe blades, Elindra inscribing final enchantments upon her staff of rowan wood. He knows we are here, Gandalf said, feeling the weight of a malevolent gaze upon them. He has been waiting, as if in response to his words, a terrible roar shook the very air. From behind the obsidian spire rose a vast winged shape, its scales black as night, yet gleaming with an inner fire that shone through cracks in its armored hide, eyes like molten gold fixed upon the assembled company, ancient and full of malice. Gandalf! The dragon's voice thundered across the caldera, a sound like mountains colliding. At last you come to witness my ascension. The dragon's massive form circled the spire once before descending to its peak, talons larger than men sinking into the obsidian with a sound like breaking glass. Its wings, when folded, spanned the width of the tower, a canopy of leathery darkness. Go, Gandalf commanded his companions. Circle around while I draw his attention. Remember the plan. Elindra caught his arm. Be careful, she warned. Dune, the primordial magics are unpredictable here, so close to the earth's blood. Gandalf nodded, then stepped to the edge of the precipice. Raising his staff, he channeled power through it, not the gentle magic of growth and harmony that had been his hallmark for centuries, but the raw, chaotic energy of the primordials. The air around him crackled with potential, reality itself bending slightly in response to his will. Morthil, he called, his voice magically amplified to match the dragon's volume. I have come as you wished, but not to witness, to end. With a gesture that tore at the fabric of existence, Gandalf created a bridge of solid light spanning the lava sea. He strode forward upon it, each step leaving a brief afterimage in the air, as if multiple versions of himself walked the same path across different planes of reality. The dragon's laughter shook loose stones from the caldera walls. Still so confident, old teacher, even now, when your failure stares you in the face. Gandalf continued his advance, unflinching. I see no failure, only a task left unfinished. As he neared the base of the spire, the dragon launched itself into the air, massive wings creating a downdraft that nearly swept Gandalf from his light bridge. Morthil circled once, then dove, jaws open to reveal teeth like black daggers and the growing glow of dragonfire building in his throat. Gandalf raised his staff just as Morthil unleashed his fiery breath. The flames parted around an invisible barrier, turning the surrounding air to shimmering heat. Even protected by his spell, Gandalf felt his skin blister from the proximity to such intense heat. You've learned new tricks, Morthil rumbled, landing with earth-shaking force mere yards from where Gandalf stood. Primordial magic. How desperate you must be to resort to arts you once condemned. I do what I must, Gandalf replied, maintaining his protective barrier while gathering power for a counterattack. As I did before. The dragon's golden eyes narrowed. before, when you bound me in this form, when you decided my salvation was to be imprisoned in the body of a monster. From the corner of his eye, Gandalf spotted movement, his companions taking position around the base of the spire. He needed to keep Morthil distracted just a little longer. "I sought to save you," Gandalf said, genuine regret coloring his voice. The corruption had already taken root. The transformation was the only way to preserve what remained of your humanity. "Lies!" Morthil roared, tail lashing furiously. "You feared my power. You could not bear to see your students surpass the Master." "If that were true," Gandalf countered, "why did I not simply destroy you? Why preserve you at all?" Something flickered in the dragon's gaze, a momentary hesitation. In that instant, Gandalf saw beyond the monstrous exterior to the wounded soul within. His former student, brilliant and ambitious, whose desire for knowledge had led him to dabble in forces beyond his control, whose gradual corruption Gandalf had noticed too late. "Because you are a coward," Morthil hissed, but the conviction behind the words had diminished. "You lacked the strength to do what was necessary." "No," Gandalf said softly. "Because I loved you as a son, because I believed redemption was possible." The dragon reared back as if struck. For a heartbeat, the fires visible through the cracks in his scales dimmed. Then, with renewed fury, Morthil lunged forward, jaws snapping at Gandalf's position. The wizard leapt aside, simultaneously releasing a bolt of primordial energy that struck the dragon's shoulder. Scales cracked and fell away, revealing vulnerable flesh beneath. Morthil bellowed in pain and rage, unleashing another torrent of flame that Gandalf barely deflected. Around the base of the spire, Elindra had completed her ritual. Sylvan archers loosed enchanted arrows that buried themselves in the obsidian, forming a perfect circle. Dwarven warriors drove rune-inscribed stakes into the ground between the arrows, completing the binding pattern. "Now!" Gandalf commanded, his voice carrying to his allies. Elindra raised her staff, channeling power into the circle. The runes on the stakes blazed with blue-white light, connecting to form a dome of energy that rose to encompass the spire and its draconic occupant. Morthil roared in outrage, recognizing the binding spell taking shape around him. He launched himself at the dome, only to be repelled by its power. Turning back to Gandalf, his eyes blazed with betrayal. "Again. You would cage me again." "Not cage," Gandalf corrected, lowering his staff. "Heal." As the binding dome contracted, Gandalf stepped forward directly into the dragon's reach. Morthil could have killed him with a single snap of his massive jaws, yet something stayed the beast's attack. "I was wrong before," Gandalf continued, looking up at the creature that had once been his most promising student. "I tried to contain the corruption rather than cure it. I feared losing you completely." The dragon's breathing had grown labored, the fires within him fluctuating wildly as the binding spell took effect. "And now," he growled, "now I understand what must be done." Gandalf placed his hand against the dragon's chest, directly over a large crack in his scales where the inner fire burned brightest. The primordials taught that power must be taken. But the truth is that the greatest power comes from what is freely given. With these words, Gandalf began to channel his own life force, not the borrowed power of primordial magic, but his essential self, into Morthil. The dragon writhed in confusion, then in understanding, as he felt the pure energy flowing into him, untainted by corruption or ambition. "What are you doing?" Morthil demanded, though he made no move to break the connection. "What I should have done long ago," Gandalf replied, his voice growing weaker as more of his essence poured into the dragon, giving instead of taking, healing instead of binding. The cracks in Morthil's scales began to seal, not with darkness but with light. The fires within him, once the color of blood and rage, shifted toward gold and amber. His massive form shuddered, then began to contract, scales falling away to reveal pale skin beneath. Elindra and the others watched in awe as Dragon became man, a tall figure with hair as black as the obsidian tower, eyes still retaining a hint of their golden hue. He knelt beside Gandalf, who had collapsed to the ground, his life force dangerously depleted by the transformation. "Master!" The voice was no longer the thunder of a dragon, but the uncertain query of a man awakening from a long nightmare. Gandalf opened his eyes, a smile touching his lips despite his exhaustion. "Morthil, my boy, you've returned." Tears fell from the former dragon's eyes, hissing where they struck the still hot ground. "At what cost? I feel your life force within me. You've given too much." "A price gladly paid," Gandalf whispered. "The oath." Fulfilled. As consciousness began to fade, Gandalf felt hands supporting him, not just Morthil's but Elindra's as well. The sorceress knelt beside them, her expression fierce with determination. "Not yet, old friend," she said. "Your work is not finished." She placed her hands over Gandalf's heart, channeling her own energy into him, not enough to restore what he had given, but sufficient to stabilize his fading life force. Around them, sylvan healers hurried forward with elixirs and poultices, while dwarven runecrafters began inscribing symbols of vitality upon the ground. "The cycle is broken," Elindra told him as his strength gradually returned. "Not through power or binding, but through sacrifice freely given, through love." Gandalf's gaze moved to Morthil, who sat nearby, coming to terms with his restoration. Then to the unlikely fellowship that had formed around his quest, elves and dwarves working together, united by a common purpose. From the ashes of Estelon, something new had emerged, not victory through dominance, but healing through sacrifice. Not power seized, but freely given. As dawn broke over the caldera, turning the rivers of lava to gleaming copper in the early light, Gandalf reflected that perhaps this, not spell or sword, was the true magic. The power to transform through love and willing sacrifice, to forge connections where division had reigned, to redeem rather than destroy. An oath fulfilled, not as he had imagined, but as it needed to be. Story 6. The first crack appeared at dawn, a sound like the heavens splitting asunder. The northeastern pillar of autumn, once a soaring monolith of amber crystal that stretched toward the clouds, now bore a jagged fracture down its face, pulsing with sickly violet light. Birds took flight in terrified clouds from the forests surrounding Eastwatch, and the air itself seemed to thicken, as if the very fabric of reality had begun to unravel. In the great archives of Luminara, nestled within the marble spires of the capital, Thalia Evenstar's hand trembled as she traced the faded runes on a yellowed parchment. Around her, towers of ancient tomes reached toward the vaulted ceiling, their leather bindings cracked with age. She was the youngest archivist in a century to be admitted to the Seventh Circle of Knowledge. But today, that distinction felt more like a curse than an honor. "And it's happening," she whispered to the empty hall, just as the Codex predicted. 3 days earlier, the western pillar of spring had fallen entirely, reducing the prosperous province of Westholm to a wasteland where time flowed in unpredictable eddies, crops withered and bloomed in the same breath, children aged decades in moments. And through the shimmering tears, in reality came the nightmares, creatures of shadow and malice that should never have existed in the realm of mortals. Thalia gathered the forbidden manuscript, the Codex Twilight, and slipped it into her satchel. What she was about to do would be considered high treason. For 1,000 years, The doctrine of the divine pillars had been unquestioned. 4 great monuments created by the gods at the dawn of time, maintaining the balance between the realms of men, elves, dwarves, and the wild creatures. To suggest otherwise was blasphemy, yet the Codex told a different tale. The pillars were not divine creations, but the work of 4 mortals, extraordinary, yes, but mortal nonetheless, who had sacrificed their identities, becoming eternal guardians to save a world torn by cosmic war. And now they're failing, Thalia murmured, pulling her indigo archivist's cloak tighter around her slender shoulders. The prophecy was clear. When the 4th pillar fell, the prison-binding Kronos, the god of endings, would shatter. The being who had nearly unmade creation would walk free again. As she rounded the corner of the forbidden section, a shadow detached itself from the wall. Thalia froze, her heart hammering against her ribs. Archivists rarely visit these shelves after midnight, came a voice like crushed velvet over steel, especially ones so junior. Lord Asher Ravencrest stepped into the pool of moonlight streaming through the stained glass window. His silver-streaked black hair was pulled back in a severe style that accentuated his sharp features. The crimson mantle of the Royal Inquisition draped his broad shoulders, and at his hip hung Soulrender, a blade rumored to harvest the essence of those it killed. "Lord Inquisitor," Thalia managed, dropping into a curtsy that she hoped concealed the tremor in her legs. The Inquisition had executed hundreds for lesser infractions than stealing from the forbidden section. "The Codex Twilight," Ravencrest said, his gaze falling to her satchel. "I've been seeking it for a very long time." Thalia's mind raced. She could deny it, but lying to an Inquisitor was futile. They were said to smell falsehoods like wolves scented fear. "I only wish to study it," she said, "a partial truth. The pillars are failing." You thought to find answers where the Council of Magi would not look," he finished for her. "Commendable intuition, but dangerous." He extended his hand, the signet ring on his finger gleaming, a raven clutching a crystal in its talons. "The manuscript, if you please." With leaden fingers, Thalia withdrew the codex. As she handed it over, their fingers brushed, and a spark of static made them both flinch. In that instant, the strangest expression crossed Ravencrest's face, not triumph, but something like recognition. "You've read it," he said, "not a question but a statement." Thalia nodded. "Enough to know the truth about the pillars." Ravencrest's eyes, so dark they seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, studied her face. "Then you know why I need it. To hunt down practitioners of ancient magic," she said bitterly. "To maintain the lie." A cold smile touched his lips. "Is that what you believe the Inquisition does?" Before she could answer, the ground beneath them shuddered. Distant screams echoed from the city below the archive towers. Ravencrest strode to the window, Thalia following cautiously. In the distance, where the southern pillar of summer had stood for a millennium, a column of fire now reached for the stars. Even from leagues away, they could see darkness pouring from the wound in reality, the nightmares entering their world in greater numbers than ever before. "3 pillars down," Ravencrest said quietly. "Only winter remains." He turned to Thalia, and in a move that stole her breath, he knelt before her, offering the codex back. "I am not your enemy, Archivist Evenstar. I am Asher Ravencrest, last scion of Moira Ravencrest, the Builder, one of the 4 who created the pillars." Thalia's world tilted, but the Inquisition was established not to persecute those who knew the truth, but to find them, he said, rising, to find the heirs of the 4 lineages before the Brotherhood of Shadows could eliminate them. I've sought the descendants of the other three builders for decades. Thalia's mind spun with the implications. The Brotherhood. They're the ones destroying the pillars. Ravencrest nodded grimly. They serve Kronos, believing his freedom will grant them dominion over time itself. With three pillars fallen, they'll soon converge on the last, the northern pillar of winter. A strange, tingling sensation spread from Thalia's fingertips up her arms. She had always assumed her lack of magical talent was a failing. Now, she wondered if it was something else entirely, power of a different sort, dormant until needed. "Why reveal yourself to me?" she asked. Ravencrest opened the codex to a page she hadn't yet deciphered. There, in faded ink, was an illustration of four figures, their faces obscured by radiant light. But at their feet were symbols: a raven for the builder, a tree for the shaper, a flame for the weaver, and a book for the scribe. "Because," he said softly, "when you touched the codex, it recognized you. The manuscript responds only to the blood of its creator, the scribe. You, Thalia Evenstar, carry the blood of one of the four." The world seemed to hold its breath as the truth settled over her. She was no ordinary archivist. She was the heir to powers beyond imagination, and potentially the key to saving the realm or dooming it. "We need to find the others," she said, newfound determination steadying her voice. "The heir of the Weaver is hidden among the desert nomads of the Burning Sands," Ravencrest said. "The heir of the Shaper, I believe, dwells with the elves of the Whispering Woods. But we have precious little time." As if to emphasize his point, another tremor shook the archives, stronger than the last. Books tumbled from shelves, and dust rained from the ancient ceiling. "The final pillar won't stand for long," he warned. "The Brotherhood has grown powerful, drawing strength from each pillar's fall." Thalia's fingers closed around the codex. For the first time in her life, she felt a resonance with the book, as if the knowledge within called to something in her blood. "Then we ride for the north," she declared, "to the Pillar of Winter." Ravencrest studied her with new respect. "It's a journey few would survive. The lands between here and the northern reaches are overrun with nightmares, and the Brotherhood's agents are everywhere." "Do we have a choice?" she challenged. A rare smile transformed his austere features. "No, we do not." He offered his arm. "Come, heir of the scribe. We have realms to save and a god to keep imprisoned." As they descended the spiral staircase of the archives, the ground shook again. Through a high window, Thalia glimpsed a sky no longer blue, but shot through with veins of violet and black, reality fracturing as the cosmic balance failed. In the courtyard below, a midnight black steed awaited, its eyes gleaming with preternatural intelligence. Beside it stood a smaller horse, the color of moonlight. "Shadowmere has carried me through many dangers," Ravencrest said, mounting the black stallion, "and Dawn here has the blood of the elven swift steeds. They'll bear us north faster than any conventional mount." Thalia approached the white mare carefully, surprised when the beast lowered its head in what seemed like a bow. As she mounted, she felt the horse's muscles coil with barely restrained power. "The journey to the northern pillar will take us through the Whispering Woods," Ravencrest said. "Perhaps there we can find the heir of the Shaper." Thalia nodded, the codex secure in her satchel. The weight of responsibility settled on her shoulders, not just for the knowledge she carried, but for the heritage she had never known was hers. As they rode through the gates of Luminara, citizens looked to the skies in terror as reality continued to fracture. Guards and magi scrambled to maintain order, but panic was spreading like wildfire. "They don't understand what's happening," Thalia observed sadly. Few do, Ravencrest replied. The truth of the pillars has been hidden for generations, twisted into religious doctrine to prevent panic. Even I believed the lies until I found my grandmother's journals. They urged their mounts faster as they cleared the city, hooves thundering across the open plains that led north. Behind them, Luminara's spires gleamed in the unnatural light of a sky coming undone. Ahead lay uncertainty, danger, and the race to find 2 more heirs before the final pillar fell. Thalia felt fear, yes, but also a strange exhilaration. After a lifetime of reading about adventures, she was living one. After years of studying magic without possessing any, she might carry powers beyond imagining. The winds of change howled around them as they rode toward destiny, 2 unlikely allies against the coming darkness. In the distance, lightning forked across the fractured sky, illuminating their path forward toward salvation or doom. Only time would tell. And time, Thalia knew, was the one thing they had precious little of.